waiting for YouTube. All right. Let's say hello to the world. Hello, wonderful world. I am going to try and work on something today. Fell down a little rabbit hole of nature last night. This one Zoom site is pretty cool, onezoom.org. And you can kind of get a timeline of evolution, although it is like this infinite tree thing, which is kind of interesting, but it's not very linear, and you don't get a good sense of time. And I got lost on here a couple times. I'm not sure how I got off. I think you need to make the right turn at several times. You need to make a turn at deuterostomes, because I think it's based on how many species are in each branch, and there's more protostomes than there are deuterostomes, whatever the heck that means. These look like mostly bugs. I kind of was thinking I wanted to try and figure out more of the penis worm. What the hell is a penis worm? Wow, look at that. Well, there you have it, folks. Kind of funky. Oh my god. That's wild. It's gotta be a joke, right? There's some weird shit going on around here. Anyway, yeah, so the tree of life. I was asking ChatGPT to try and identify we'll kind of create a tree based on in outline form. It kind of crapped out and didn't really do a perfect job, but classifying mammals, for example, based on carnivores, rodents, bats. This is an interesting one. The whales, dolphins, deer, cows, pig. I think pig would be in there, right? I think it has to do with the dactyla. It's based on fingers. Anyway, that doesn't really matter right now. I need to get back to work on my website. This directory is really giving me a run for my money. It's I do think it's kind of one of the more important pieces of code to figure out, but the way that I'm setting it up means that it might change in the future and it might not even matter. And so spending all this time is kind of, maybe a waste of time, and my back hurts, and I just don't really feel like doing this anymore, but I can't give up. I gotta fucking keep pushing through, so I guess here we are. What can we do with this thing? I mean, configuring this thing to render without, so the root directory name is undefined, but we kind of just don't want it to. I mean, I could hack something in real quick where, so the directory 2 is making the dir, the root dir, right somewhere in here. Here we go. And so this root dir, I'm just going to say root is true. And then when I render the dir, I'm going to check if it's. So Doing conditional CSS classes is kind of tricky. Wouldn't it just be like, I think I can just do two. How does my view core view add class? I forget how I set that up. We do split on the space. So back to dir right here. It's basically like plus this dot root question mark. If it's true, we want space root, and if not, we just don't add anything. I thought there was a way to do, what was a double question mark? Explain. Returns the right hand value is null or undefined. So it looks like it's just slightly different from or. Which must treat 0, empty space, and false as false. So I'm not really getting clarity in terms of how this would work. I'm just thinking like there's an easier way to do this. But like, so root is true or false, so we wouldn't want double question marks there. I guess that's just what we do for now. It makes enough sense. I should probably put this in parentheses. It's not terribly clean, but whatever. But then the real trick here was it's really, we just want to do this if this dot root, then we do the bar, and then but we need to hide if this dot root dir dot children dot show. That's pretty hacky, but I think that's should work. No. Can't read properties of undefined bar dot prepend. Okay, so we could just do a question mark here. I think it's this one. There we go. Now we could do a root, a directory, dir root, and then children, and nix the padding. So it's CSS. So all these hacks, I don't like it, but I just don't feel like directory 2 dir root children padding left 0. Yep, something like that. Alright, so that was a lot of work. The problem with these things is that there's a lot of different ways to get it to work, and I'm trying to, in general, come up with like clean, elegant solutions, and this is part of what slows me down, is that I would like this to be a framework that other people could potentially see themselves using. Otherwise, it's me fighting this stupid battle by myself. And so, generally, I think a lot of the framework design decisions that I've made and all of that kind of wrestling with just structure and where things go and how it all works, I think it works pretty well, and that I like some of the decisions. I think it's pretty simple. But if then, halfway through your journey, you just start running into a bunch of bullshit that it's like, whoa, what is this? This doesn't work so nice and elegantly or clean or simply or whatever, then you start getting discouraged, and then you just like give up and be like, this is a waste of time. And so I want to prevent that by spending some time to make this thing work well. So let's review, kind of get my brain into the code space from yesterday. I made a new directory to test out using the dir and file classes that are going to basically do a lot of the work. And so there's still a whole bunch of code here left over from the last version. In fact, the whole filtering thing I don't even think is called right now. So let's think this through. So here's where I was filtering. Now I'm not filtering. So I could probably just chop that out because I still have it from the other one. But I need to bring some of it back. Well, so the dir actually is extending this list, and the list is just kind of a silly little add child. I was thinking about adding some kind of generic filter and traversal digging was kind of, I think, a cool word for going deep. But AI wrote this. I didn't test it yet, and I don't know if pre-writing these methods and what they're called and like I've thought about this quite a bit before. A list is a pretty basic. Underscore does a lot of collection, array kind of wrapping for extra utility methods, but I don't have a ton of experience either using like underscore or just what the need kind of situation is. Now, I could imagine I do a lot of looping through arrays, and if I'm wrapping up that kind of functionality, then, well, number one, it gives you an opportunity to have custom methods on your arrays. You can define a class, and the class basically just wraps this .children, which is basically the array, and then you can add methods to it. And so it's probably better to just define them as you need them, and then if you're defining the same kind of method a bunch and it could be part of a base class, then put it on the base class. So, but, I like to have a vision of where I'm going and have a good feeling about the syntax and the organization and be like, okay, I think that's worth setting up and then running with it. But the running with it part produces this big kind of bloated, and usually I can if I think these things through, I can kind of refactor some of it, but sometimes it's just, you gotta get the right things in the right order or else it doesn't work. If I show the root before I hide this, then it's not set up properly to work in the other order. It would have to be down here. So sometimes I'll put parentheses or numbers on these things just to make sure that I don't forget. But, you know, how this thing's far from a drag and drop file system, and I have done drag and drop code before, and it's not terribly hard, but it's not really easy, especially to get it to look right and to, well, then once, you know, setting up all the handlers, like all the, well, what happens when you drag and drop? Is there a default action? Does, like, yeah, I think there's a lot of complexity there that I haven't really worked with yet, and so it's possible that this is a pretty long path to frustration if I'm going to try and go this alone, because I don't. So the simplicity that I'm looking for, which is often, you know, sometimes attainable, like sometimes my pages are just these nice little, like, put some, you know, import a couple things, add a class to the wrapper to add some layout, and then, you know, keeping things nice and sweet and simple is the objective, and when it works well, and it's nice, and it, you know, feels good. But the problem is that when you start getting drag and drop and complex templating with logic and events and callbacks and all these conditionals, then all of a sudden it starts getting a little less clear. It's like, is this JavaScript or are these templates? I mean, clearly there's both going on, and it's not exactly clear what is what. I was thinking yesterday, it came to me, a pretty powerful idea that where was it? There was something about maybe it was in one of these. Oh yeah, it was this one. All right, let's put this up here. All right, let's actually, I think this is what we want. Okay, so it was essentially, and I've kind of done something like this before. Let's see if I can get a. I was gonna do some sort of animal tree here. Gave up on it before I even really got started. Where was my? I don't think. Man, this frog island. This is kind of crazy. This is my Windows desktop image, and as I looked at it, I was like, that looks like a frog kind of sitting in the water with, like, its arm right here and its head right here, its legs underwater down here, and that kind of looks like another one. It looks less so, but I guess that's kind of like the leg and the foot kind of coming back this way, and the head kind of popping up out of the water. And then as I started looking at it, I was like, whoa, what's going on here? This looks like a big toad's head, and, like, that looks like a lot like an eye, and maybe another eye, and the way that this rock color formation goes straight through the middle of its eyes and down its nose or whatever is kind of crazy. So that's like 3 frogs there. And then I was looking at this pyramid thing, and this pyramid is, like, kind of cool looking. It's you know, here's a triangle here, that's one side of it, and then this side is kind of a little bit different, and then it's got the water going through it. I was thinking you could make a pyramid with, like, a translucent piece of plastic and kind of the center bit here, and kind of make something like that out of something, but that was interesting. All right, so what was I looking for? I was looking for something for sure. If only I could remember what. Oh, the UI for the CSS toggle groups is kind of like this. Okay, so it's sort of like this HTML, and there we go. There's some JS UI. So combining these ideas into these, like, editable blocks, it is very much like a Word. So the Word OS idea is kind of just getting blocks of text to line up properly, which this is not. I'm not even sure why. I have no idea what's going on in here. This line height is so big. Can I shrink that and maybe center it? That doesn't actually really help that much. It's not centering it because that's the world we live in, but I don't know, whatever. So yeah, I just had kind of a vision or like this feeling that having these element template type things, and frankly it should be like right on top of the designs rather than seeing frame here. You see this kind of like div with classes and class toggles, and creating a templating design system with the CSS and the applicable CSS rules where you can like toggle CSS rule sets on and off, kind of like Chrome Dev Tools, and then you can add like script stuff to it. In fact, the content itself should be the content itself could easily have expressions to it. So like, you know, I don't know if you use equals like this dot whatever, and then it renders out that value from the thing. Having JavaScript combined with drawing is obviously the way of the future, and people have tried it before, but it's not easy. There's a lot of pieces of that puzzle, and getting it to work properly and look properly. So this is 100% zoom, which is actually that's 10-point font. That's really small. I'm not sure why I made that so small. It's probably just zoomed in too far, and then I guess I could print screen some of this. Let's put this over here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to make myself a quick note here before I move on to something else. I guess it doesn't have to be terribly big. And then we want to copy link to page, I think. Not sure how that actually works in here, but there we go. We could preview it. Oh, it is. Whoops. Could just do a preview like that and then not have to, has the wrong background. I don't know, man. Whoops, I need to print screen again to get the right coloring in there. Alright, so use div in around JS blocks, and yeah, so you can put divs in your JS and you can put JS in your divs in your HTML. So yeah, and then obviously getting the CSS to work with all that is good. So I wonder how Figma layouts transfer over to CSS. Like, they have the whole code export thing, but I just feel like trusting that process is a bad idea. You don't want to rely on Figma's conversion, because Figma has completely different layout algorithm, and there's no way they can get all the properties to work properly. So I don't know, there's a lot of ideas that I would like to get onto my website, and I was kind of thinking about, trying to put some more of them up there. In fact, I was thinking yesterday, I put this Frog Island image in the web root, and then was thinking about pulling this into a page to display as like a full-size background. Using images in different layouts. I mean, I think the tricky thing for HTML layouts is that you need to figure out how you want the image to behave as the browser resizes, and it's basically like maintain aspect ratio or not. If you maintain aspect ratio, it has to just basically completely resize, right? It's just scaling up and down like, the scale tool would, with, maintaining the aspect ratio. But on the web, we often want to have things stretch or whatever. But, if you had this thing there and you resize the browser window, you wouldn't necessarily want it to stay the same height. So you might have to have a dual approach to like scale it down. But I haven't really thought about that much. Seems like to do that you'd have to use like breakpoints to then change the layout from one thing to the next. And image, I don't know, I could work more on image layouts. I do think getting a kind of content flow to my website would be a good idea. Instead of working on these nitty-gritty things, like the simple layout here is just like a dumb page with not much on there. Being able to blog and like write notes and publish them. I mean, that was kind of part of the idea, but I don't know. It's like I'm not quite ready for that. I don't have an audience anyway, and writing out all that content to then just have it be sitting there, and I don't know, it's just probably going to be more of a waste of time. But then again, not having any content is kind of a waste. It's more that I need to like think through, better graphical navigation. So, creating sections with click-throughs, there's a lot of potential there for just varying designs and varying styles and varying, experience. Like, what does it look like? It's more like, what does it look like? Where do the links go? How do they all line up? How do the URLs line up? Like, what's a subpage? And I'm kind of working slowly towards figuring that out with all this layout stuff and nav stuff and directory stuff, but it is being surprisingly elusive in that sense. There's just so many little variables about how it could work, and the whole directory loading and rendering thing is kind of part of that complexity. I could try and take a step back from it and try and come back to it later. So it changes the hover color. It's probably not necessary. I was trying to think if like this one, so I have the hover color here on the name, no, on the bar. But if the whole directory is hovered, I could make the whole directory go so I don't think these things are clicking anywhere yet. Or maybe it's just because there's no... Is it going to try and import these as a script? Framework assets. Oops, so assets. So part of the problem here is the directory is set up to add all, it thinks I changed it so that it thinks all these files are within the framework directory so that the other one would work better, but man, that's just, once you deviate and have two different versions of something, it just makes every single decision twice as hard, and so slows you down. I kind of think, I don't know. Kind of think I need a gummy to push me through this state of not knowing what to think, because I don't like not knowing what to think or do. And if I eat one of these gummies, now I ate 10 milligrams yesterday. It was a little intense. I was thinking I should slow it down. I think we're going to do 5 at a time. Eat half of this thing, save the other half for later if I want. And then I don't get so fucked up. So, alright, what can we do? I've had so many ideas for my website. And the directory is sort of this file system thing. And viewing the file contents and editing them and all that stuff, like creating a file editor would be cool, but I think the complexity there is, in some way it's beyond my reach, but in some ways I feel like if I could just get out of my own way and just start coding, like get in a zone and knock some shit out, like it's actually not that hard, but there are a lot of little decisions to be made about how it looks, how it works, where you click, where it goes, what happens, you know. And thinking all that through from like a, well, can I get it to work at all just on my website is usually like, okay, I could just hack shit together. But then the problem is I really want it to be like nice and clean and thoughtful. So I do think this, having this directory process on the framework page is tricky. Now, this would never happen. So I don't really have to worry about that per se. I was really just testing the rendering, and it's working mostly all right. So I could use the directory 2 on any other page like that's not on the framework kind of path, and it should work. Does this whole thing go? I feel like this part of it should highlight separately from the, you know, like the home page is this one. It's actually a good idea. I could set that up now, but I don't feel like it. Well, what would that need? I probably would want a different hover effect just so that it's evident that they're different. But I'd probably want this to be more like a pill kind of a hover then, rather than like if I put padding 0.25 0.5 and then I can't really do a hover effect on this. I'm shooting myself in the foot, but yeah. And then the logo should have padding, equal padding. I don't know. The logo bar is display flex. Now the problem is this CSS is for not just the framework. If I go to the home page, I'm then going to be editing this as well, and these shouldn't be separate. So we really need on the framework page something different. Page framework we have, go into CSS, go to the framework CSS. Alright, page framework, logo bar. We might need side nav logo bar, but maybe not. Might as well sidebar or side nav logo bar. I should say I have to cancel this, right? I guess I set it to white for now, and then we want logo bar hover, and then we want logo bar, and then logo hover. Well, first let's duplicate this and then have a hover. So the logo wants to have padding, padding 1, find 0, let's do 0.25 m, 0.5 m. We do want cursor, pointer, and now the whole thing has cursor pointer, which is fine, so maybe we just get rid of that. And then hover. Well, we actually do want the logo hover. Yeah, so this needs to be, could just be RGBA 000.1. Let's try that out, and then basically the same thing for the title. Could have made those the same piggyback. Oh, whoa, bro. That's shrinking the thing because it's set to height 24 pixels. Can I height auto that? Oh my god. Alright, height. Height 2M has some padding. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, it's something like this. Height 2M on the logo. And then now it's apparent that, yeah, this doesn't, oops. So the click handlers that, oh fuck, the click handlers need to be different. Do I have the right ability to do that? The side nav is, it is a different side nav though for app dot, for the framework app. So I have the right thing here to move this. Well, so this click needs to go on the logo right here, and then this click yeah, I mean, this is, might just always say framework, to be honest. We could try and change that later, but, well, let's just make it go directly to framework right now, because why not? I don't think the return value matters here. I think I can say window.location equals framework. Do I have an extra thing? I think I did. Does that work? Maybe not. Usually means we're trying to append a promise or something. Yeah, it's this async thing. I don't even think that has to be async anymore. So let's get rid of that. Framework page. This does not need to be async. All right, just to get rid of that error. Okay, so now this goes home, and on the framework page, this goes back to the framework. So if we're like deep on one of these pages, we can just go back to the framework. Okay, so I mean, yeah, I mean, just simple navigation stuff, getting it to work the right way and look the right way, surprisingly difficult. And it's crazy that just because of the way I like to explore the permutations of things and figure out, you know, how to do it different ways if I wanted to, and think through how to make the framework so that it can do it whatever way. Well, I was just thinking, rather than pass around all these little path parts and try and remember which slashes to put where and all this bullshit, It's actually probably the simplest way to do it right now because it's, you know, not mysterious. If you start doing, I was just thinking you could try and wrap up some of this logic and abstract it and be like app.go-to-page or whatever instead of using the location directly. What is window.location.href? And there was window.location.assign, but I just did window.location equals. Oh no, I did href. No, where was that? That was in the app. And window.location equals. Let's ask. Window.location equals versus href versus assign. Can be shorthand. The href sets full URL. I don't think it actually does because I'm doing it without that. Replaces current page in history. Does that mean you can't go back? No. I don't trust what it's saying, but maybe there's little differences. Maybe I don't understand what it's saying. Maybe it's making some shit up again. Maybe I should go fill up my coffee before it gets all nasty. My coffee's doing alright. Maybe I'll let the rest of it go. It's been sitting there for an hour. Alright, so what are we doing here? Hopefully this gummy is going to kick in and tell me what to do with my life. Well, so the background thing that I was thinking yesterday is interesting, and I could try and document that. Trying to document these things might be a good place to start, because I can, I don't like, kind of like, feel like using browser default, tech, like using an anchor link, but wrapping an H1 in an anchor tag and or putting an anchor tag in an H1, neither of those seem like great solutions, although maybe it's not bad. Well, so also just the word OS type shit. It's like, how do I get those little pills and blocks and inline and wrapping and all that stuff working properly? Well, I think the key is to start creating tests. See what works. And I now have a infinite tree structure to do it. That was like the whole point, but I'm a little apprehensive to just start digging into something before I really have the motivation to do it, because, well, this is maybe where I'm lacking discipline and need to just suck it up. I don't like how the logo jumps around there. I made it a different size because I added padding to it and it changed, and it's fucking stupid, but I'll have to fix that later. Obviously this homepage is a little bit broken, but I don't know what's going to be on the homepage. I don't know what kind of layout I want. I don't know what I'm doing yet. And the file system nav bar I think actually needs to change. I whittled it down so that it's only some of the files, like, so I now have some decent control over it, where I could easily just delete the ones that I don't want to show up. However, I still don't know if I want more fine-grained control over the nav, like manually import the pages and render them or something. Well, I was also thinking about creating, let's just think this idea through real quick, like auto import, whoops. So, similar to how the directory automatically loads and renders page.js files, we could do something similar with a generic auto loads. Could be chunked into meta plus full. So that you can preview it. And then load it on demand. And then the idea is that, like, you could create systems that automatically load is basically the trick here. Like nav create new nav items that automatically show up. And so, and this would be based on the directory structure, you know, like having the directory.json, and you get all these mods and they automatically load and they automatically do their business. Like they could actually export something. They probably should export something, but what happens with that thing when it's exported? I don't know if it, maybe the mod imports the app and kind of sets itself up automatically, and so then the export is kind of just irrelevant. You don't even need to export anything. But you could, you know, it's a pretty easy way to grab a handle on it, and with a dynamic import it's not hard to, although you can have default export and named export, so that gets a little crazy. But you could have support for the, you know, well, the idea is you want to get a handle on all your JavaScript things and see them in the browser, so that when you're farting around and trying to figure out what's going on, you can see see what's working and see, you know, try and see where the problem is. Because a lot of times it's something stupid, like you're just not loading it, or something's running in the wrong order or whatever. And anyway, so let's see. All right, so that could be a way to, so the thing is with creating a manual nav rather than the auto nav, is that then you have a management kind of problem where, okay, now you got to import all the little nav things. I mean, that's probably not a bad place to start. It's pretty simple. And frankly, then you don't need the directorize. You can just, you know, create the pages, and it's a little bit more work and whatever. And I do think creating a version of the framework that does not require the directory system or service is probably the right way to go, because most people aren't going to be able to set that up nearly as easily. But maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe the only people who are willing to try this thing out are the ones who know exactly how to do it, and it's, you know, not that hard. So let's see here. I mean, there's just so much potential, but in between, you know, what I have now and what could be is like this infinite space of that requires a lot of time and thought and effort, and I can only do one thing at a time, and it's not necessarily guaranteed to produce viable results. And so it's just kind of a fucking runaround. So, what do we do? We wait for this gummy to pick my ass up and show me the way. I could work on the game. I could work on any one of these specific things, but I'm definitely not quite there yet on the, just getting the overall flow of like, what kind of pages can I create and import, and what do they look like, and how do I get them set up? Because right now, I'm not feeling the whole system. It's kind of janky and just not really not easy enough to use, and obviously it doesn't look right so far. So I could try and like, I do have this homepage type shit over here, right? The master of layouts, yeah. And then I still need to kind of get the active states figured out. I don't know if, so right now I'm using inline styling for display none. I think I want to change those to like CSS classes so they can be overridden easier, because it's hard to override inline style. So I could try and think that through. The idea here is basically like when I'm on the framework page, then the framework, so this whole nav is different, and I think that's how I want it, because but okay, so here it opens. This one doesn't have a page, which is a little weird. I could make a page real quick. It's not entirely clear. I mean, I guess the arrows that appear are not entirely unclear, but it doesn't have a hover. I kind of feel like splitting that and having a hover area is better, so that you know exactly which one you're hovering. Because like when you click somewhere in the middle, you're not sure whether you're clicking the arrow or you're clicking the thing. Yeah, but let's go home and look at these structures here. Just like in Figma, the question of how much time does it take to set this thing up is a huge part of the dilemma, because just the number of questions that arise. I'm just looking at this margin underneath, and I shortened this up, and then I lengthened it, and now I'm thinking about shortening it again. But like on the home page, that's the right amount of space to get these things to space down properly. It's the section margin here, which is 3M, and on the H1 that's font size 3M, it's a 1M margin, but I think, look at this, it's about 57 pixels and 57 pixels. It's the same amount. So, I mean, that kind of has this cadence and flow to it, but then when you go to like one of these notes, which yeah, so let's think about this note thing here. If I had a handful of notes, shouldn't I have a note page that when you click on it, it loads like kind of a preview of all the notes? that'll be kind of cool. But now I'm already thinking like, well, is it going to be masonry? Is it going to be a grid? I did have a grid that had some wrapping to it that worked pretty well. The problem is they didn't all have to be fixed height, but they would match the height of the tallest item in the row, which is just kind of a strange thing. I kind of think making a masonry layout wouldn't be terribly hard. Is that really what I want to work on right now? Unfortunately, it is kind of like a big deal in a way. Like, so I know I've taken notes about this, but I think I could just pull this from memory, like masonry layout. So you need to manage number of columns. I think there's a way to do automatic kind of like auto fit columns. You could do it with a grid, right? And the grid, I think, definitely does the auto columns somewhat well. Grid can do auto columns. I think Flex might be able to do auto columns with min and max and flex grow and whatever. So probably doesn't matter then, but once you have the auto column with mid, you know, might not matter. We have min plus max column width. Auto columns. So, and that's, you know, like auto fit column widths, and also add remove columns as needed. Yeah, so I think, and then we need to know so we can reorder the things. All right, so ordering items. It's basically each. We try to adhere to the original order, and then which is basically like a masonry would just have a list of blocks, masonry.render, and I don't know how you would want to do this. So you need to split these into different containers, and you kind of need to know how many containers you have first. And the masonry needs to have, yeah, the masonry has to render the whole friggin' thing. And so it knows how many columns there are, and so it's number of, whoops. That's weird. Jesus, you can't do it. Number of columns goes to, like, first we need to know the number of columns, and then we start placements. So loop through children and add to the could we use like an I modulo remainder kind of a thing? I don't know. I have to look at how that works, but it's basically how many columns, well, the index of the thing divided by the number of columns gives you this remainder of, like, you know, if there's 3, then it'd be 0, 1, or 2, I have to study those numbers, but essentially just figure out which column to place it in, and then you just go through and add the first one to the first, and the second one to the second, third one to the third, fourth one to the first, you know, if there's 3 columns. And then on resize, detect number of columns and reorder. The problem with this is you want to batch process. If you remove and replace each one by one, you're going to jank it up. So yeah, you could put a placeholder of the proper size into the, it's really of the proper layout. Well, to do that, you basically need to clone all of the child elements. The only way to get the right layout is to like know what the children, well, not in all cases, but in cases where the layout depends on the number of children and the size of those children is going to depend on their contents. You kind of just need to actually duplicate the whole damn thing, and then I think you can just throw it away. So duplicate the whole masonry as dumb HTML with no CBs. I think you can do that. If not, I might have to make it manually, but by just iterating through the masonry view and then going to each element, and then for each element, or I just copy the inner HTML. And replace masonry.l with it. So essentially we just get the exact same output. Batch reordering. Yeah, managing lists of things and like order and drag and drop and updates is going to be tricky. I know this is something that I've not really dealt with a lot. When you have big data grids and you don't want to re-render the whole damn thing, you got to be careful. Also, I don't know, there are times when I feel like you need to, well, let's say you get an update of a list. So like the items in the list are sent from the server or something, and then when it updates, you got to re-render the whole thing. It's like 90% the same, but you really just want to patch the updates directly through. You kind of just want those operational transforms so that it's the right information being sent over, and then it can be applied properly and then verified that it works, or that it worked with like a hash, you know, checksum or whatever. All right, so I think that would work to do like a batch rendering, and then it's essentially on resize. Yeah, I was just thinking, if I start doing a lot of stuff on resize that then causes secondary effects that could trigger another resize, we might be blowing up this page. You know, we might have to like do like a what is it called when you set timeout 0? Like you just pause for a split second to let the thing flush out, and well, we'll have to. I mean, monitoring the page rendering and like all that stuff is just one of the tricky parts of HTML, like browser type shit, web shit, and I think, I don't know, I'm not sure what I think about that, the future of the web browser and all the code that runs it. I'm sure it could be simplified massively, make it stronger, more robust, make it easier for the community to update and kind of like standardize, and then make their own custom browsers, kind of like, you know, branching off into all the different ones that we have today. Although you don't really want to trust these big companies with all your data, which is crazy. So yeah, anyway, that's all I think. Anyway, on resize, if number of columns has changed, then update Mason. Maybe it's just masonry.update. But really it should be on resize, then we just go directly to update, and then inside update, if number of columns has. But I'll hopefully figure out these little order of operations later. But yeah, so that could work. And then you get, you know, the whole point there is to get variable height cards that are in some sort of rough order. Now the problem with it is, now that I think about it, is that it's not like a good timeline. And that's kind of what I want. It's like a timeline of the things. And that's interesting because it is actually one of the more useful features of my note library here, is that I have this updated column, and everything that I do has a timestamp, and so pretty simple setup, but it works pretty well. And so if I'm going to make notes, for example, should I be sending all this updated and created and, you know, like users kind of file metadata? That would be useful to have. So the problem is that whenever I think, okay, I need to test this, I need to experiment, I'm not sure exactly how it should work, I need time to, like, you know, use it and figure it out. The problem is I don't really have that time. I can't keep thinking like, oh, I'll just do it later, because later becomes never, and I get burned out and then just completely give up for weeks or months or years at a time. And so if I don't start cooking some decent shit here, then this is all going to fall apart. So I do think having good typography, there's something about this that just looks too crammed in. Like, it needs more horizontal padding. I don't know, I can mess with it. Top and bottom, left and right. Let's just go up a couple on all these. That looks better, right? Well, let's take it and run with it. Framework 34. So now I'm going to change this here, and then somewhere else it's going to look worse. Like on the home page. No, not bad. Alright, so... But if I did have a whole grid of them, then I probably want less sizing altogether. The whole thing could just size down. So that's an interesting thing. Creating like multiple scales of things. I haven't really done much kind of symbolic design work in Figma, because using components and setting them up properly is just, I just stayed away from it for a number of reasons. And well, so rendering the same markup in different sizes, maybe throw a size class on the thing, but it is an H1. And so this is just a weird thing of web stuff. Is I feel like you should probably just never use H1 unless you know that's the page title. It's sort of like you should only have one. Here, let's ask ChatGPT, can you have multiple H1s per page? I think you can if you have like articles and it is like an H1. So yeah, I think the H1 should be one per major thing. I guess it could also be the title. Is there a title element? Ugh, get my microphone out of here. It's like blocking my arm from typing. Is there a title element? I think there is. Goes inside head. Oh, yeah, okay. So not a visible title element. All right. I was thinking the H1 could be like part of the title bar, if sort of. Well, it should always be like the first thing on the page, right? If you have a masonry grid of a bunch of notes, how do you want that to look? Do you want to always use H1 as the main thing? I think that actually makes sense. And so you do have multiple H1s per page. Maybe you have a ton, you can have as many H1s as you want, and it doesn't really matter. It's just the H1 for that section, or like there probably should generally be only one H1 per element. Like having sibling H1s doesn't make much sense. Well, I mean, you could, but I have before in my designs, but it's like, that is just sort of like a generic list, and then they're not even H1s. There should maybe more be, should they even be H's? Yeah, they could. But then why couldn't they be H1s? Even if it's like a small side note, shouldn't they still be H1s if they're like a primary thing? Only go to H2 when it's like a sub thing? But then what happens if you want to restructure that? Whew, okay, this is interesting. H1 restructuring. Okay, let's say you use a ton of H1s for all first level headings. So like this would be an H1. Well, it's inside the note, so it's sort of an H2, and it's actually an H3. But it doesn't really matter. It's like secondary in this, like on this page. But if this were the root space, then typing an H1, typing an H, auto H. Yeah, managing hotkeys is kind of interesting. I've thought a lot about the modifier keys and how you could have a lot of modifier keys, and or at least a lot more. And I don't know, you wouldn't need that many of them. It's just more like have enough where, and maybe set them up in logical structure where you can kind of have rows of them, and they could mean something like left, center, right, or top, middle, bottom, you know, like directionality, or well, let's write this down real quick. So imagine your, well, let's just say WASD is a arrow pad, and each direction is a modifier menu. Now, when it comes to double key hotkeys, like, I never thought about this, but WASD, it's kind of a weird finger position because you slide over from F to D, and then, but you would have the bottom, so back is S or down is S. You kind of want more of like an actual up, down, left, right with bigger buttons, and then like a center. Maybe in the center you even have like, I don't know, you probably don't want more than one center button, but you could. I was thinking the whole, like, you could you should probably have two mice in your hands, and then a whole bunch of keys on, basically your keyboard is your mouse. But then it'd be hard to slide around, right? The heavier it is, the harder it is to slide. But I was also thinking that maybe the sliding is more of a physical, like, feedback mechanism, sort of like a joystick. So imagine your mouse had like a mouse pad built into it, essentially, and so when you would set it down somewhere, you could slide the thing kind of in a spring-loaded way in a limited region, and so it's sort of like a joystick, and it probably could spring back. So, like, you know, you'd find like the center point that you'd want, and then as you scroll, or basically as you pan your mouse up and move your mouse up and down, left and right, you kind of go from the, well, you could have a curve of like adaptive scrolling, but when you get to the maximum, as you approach the maximum like range of the thing, the spring could get a little bit stronger, and so even be like quite strong, where you have to not push too hard where the whole thing's gonna slide around, but like where you actually have to lean on the thing a little bit to get it to max out, and then that would be, you know, kind of absolute maximum. There'd be, I think that you could come up with different ways to do that, but spring-loaded mechanisms, and like, okay, so if you had a mouse in each hand, and they were both like, had this motion, kind of intuitive motion built in, the idea is that you could like type and move both of your hands kind of left and right, up and down just a little bit to like change your view, or move in a direction, or, well, in 3D type shit, like up, down, left, right, forward, backwards, whatever. Yeah, the nice thing about a mouse is that you kind of have that freedom to look around, which is a lot harder if you didn't have a mouse. Joysticks can do it on console, but I think part of the problem with free, you know, like a mouse pad with a mouse that you can just move around freely, is that like you have to do the pickup and reposition things sometimes, and which isn't hard. Like, once you get, you know, I can grab the mouse and lift it around like effortlessly to keep scrolling in one direction over and over again. And usually you don't have to. Usually you can just whip your hand a little further. There's a big monitor though. Okay, Gummy's kicking in, getting all kinds of crazy ideas that may never matter, which is kind of weird, but well, yeah, so I was thinking with the modifier, okay, instead of having Control, Alt, and Shift, you know, there's such of a reliance on doing these kind of, I guess, pinky finger modifiers. Alt is the thumb modifier. That's actually kind of interesting and not terrible because we're kind of used to it. I definitely think you can use the Control, Alt, Shift. No reason why you shouldn't, but it's a little more awkward than, you know, if you were just if you're running around with WASD, for example, then wouldn't you want your hotkeys to be, I was just thinking, could you activate, you know, basically switch from kind of navigation type keys to menu modifier type keys? Like, all right, so you're running around with WASD, and then you maybe push a mouse button. I don't know. Right now the mouse button is just so accessible to me. It's like you could either hold a modifier on your like Alt, but WASD and then Alt is a little, or Control and Shift. WASD with Control and Shift and Alt, I don't know, that just seems awkward. Shift isn't terrible. Shift is probably, yeah, I mean, I use Shift a lot in Marvel. The WASD changes to menu, like a menu appears, and maybe it's like a big radial menu around your character. So like things on, if you push W, then you get the top menu, and if you push A, you get the left menu. Obviously that makes a lot of sense. So it's like, your character is in the middle of the screen, roughly, maybe towards the bottom or something. You could offset it, but the primary menu launches a bunch of control overlays. So like the main UX adapts to control scheme or whatever. So what kinds of things could you do? Well, you get all the widgets could be controlled basically. It could be like, well, you could have some really sophisticated mouse-based UX. It wouldn't be as easy, although it should probably be the same, whether it's keyboard or mouse, whatever you feel like doing. If you're If you want to click on the screen, you can. Whoops. Mouse or keyboard. Like Shift plus W. One-handed. Can you complete the action one hand? Maybe not, but if it was like Shift W, then like S would go down, W and S to W plus S for up, down, and then D to select, A to back. Well, back or cancel. So none of these should really block your vision of, you know, what's going on. So you could kind of like decide how close to your character. I mean, they could be semi-transparent and actually overlay right on top of kind of the character space, and so it actually is a little bit blocking. But you could configure that. Maybe it's minimal. Maybe you keep it kind of small and just kind of sprinkled around so that you can see through it mostly, but then you have just different regions for different things. And yeah, I think you should be able to customize your whole layout. Albion introduced a layout editor. Man, there's so much potential, but I feel like life is trying to kill me, so not sure if I'm gonna ever get to doing any of these things. Alright, so I don't know, this little UX thing could be kind of fun to make. It would be pretty, not super easy, and could get probably pretty complex pretty quick, but as long as I hard-coded it just to kind of throw a demo around so that certain like layout type shit would happen. Would this be useful for the plane game? Maybe. I could kind of prototype it with the plane game just so it's overlaid on top of a actual like game with real control and whatnot. It's not a bad idea, actually. If I spent some time on that game, get like some UX going with it, start working on the artwork, man, that thing could be pretty sweet pretty quick. I really would like a level generator, and I thought about that quite a bit, and I think it's definitely possible. The challenges with the level generator are getting the blocks to line up properly. So you have to create like a scheme of, it's essentially an adapter, like this type thing to this type thing, and then, but you kind of want like a category or more of like a, that's the adapter thing, is like how big or what conditions are required for either side, and then do you have to manually approve like those things? Maybe it's not that hard. Maybe that's kind of like a configuration step that I often try and overlook. Like if you have to create a whole list of things for every new thing, and but I think for games that's just much more required. A lot of the code work I've done so far is this framework type shit where it's so generic, and you're trying to basically avoid all that manual configuration by just keeping the system as simple as possible. Well, so the level generation, I don't know, is that worth taking a note about? I don't think yeah, and all the shit that goes on in the levels, that's another thing. Is like creating UI crash and lose the ship. That could be like a hard mode. Maybe at the beginning, it's just, fun and easy. And then when you get to hard mode, or maybe it's like turning on a hard mode is, it's not a terrible way to, I mean, if you created a difficulty system and it had like all kinds of like if you automate the difficulty, that must be what a lot of these games have done, right? Well, so some of them you just get more or harder, or where there's mobs, or Guitar Hero you have notes and speed. It's really like the frequency of the notes kind of just makes it a lot faster and harder. More notes per second kind of a thing. And bosses can have more health, and that automated scaling is obviously kind of cool because it provides a lot of playability and progression. So you start lower, should be easier to beat, and then you can kind of work your way up and see how hard you can get. What if you create unbeatable parts of a game? So automated difficulty is. Did I add that to the Lu42? Whatever. Maybe that's what I should do more often. Problem is, it's just not part of the cron then, and I don't think it actually updates the Lu42 in the cron so that I can then click through and see. And who knows where this gets? Well, let's go check. Where does this get added to? Lu42, probably the bottom, right? Yeah. And then in my chronology here, did that just update? Maybe it did, actually. I didn't type anything in there. Maybe it triggers an updated when you add one of these things. Let's see. New note. Well, I fucked it up. I needed to do something in here, so it's not the newest one, then new, and it is the newest one. Interesting, because I didn't do that before. But I also don't think I clicked on this thing. I think I did just added a new page down here. So let's test that, see if it's actually changed or if I'm losing my mind. This should go to the top. No? Why not? Hello? Okay, that was weird. Maybe because it's the same thing. I have to type something different. I don't know. Losing it. Okay, so we go in here, we go down here, or wherever, make a page. Oh, okay. So maybe they made an update. I don't think it did that before. Now, it is still somewhat of a problem because if I'm making a note or doing something deep within this page, another sub one, well, so this is actually, wait. Did I expand that? Okay, that's interesting. I haven't really gotten that working where I have hierarchical categories. It's like that visual familiarity that you can keep working on it to create the right categories and then the right top-down structure. That's interesting because it's definitely part of the missing element of my Notion workflow is like getting the right appearance for these sub pages. This isn't nested far enough to know that this is the last one that's in there. This needs to be indented way more. But what kind of like workspaces or category spaces, I guess, topic space would be best to organize all the things? Like, what are the top topics? It's an interesting idea. What are the top topics? Which topics can encompass massive topic space? So I was thinking earlier, like, each topic can have a topical score. But, well, and frankly, it could just be number of subtopics total number of pages, comments, etc. Like, just sort of the activity level. That's actually not a bad way to do it. The more active topics go to the top, but I think at a certain point, I don't want to just... Do I really want to dynamically rank all the topics in some kind of scaled order? I mean, maybe that's better than alphabetical. It's just once you get a lot of things, depending on how many things are here, if there's a lot of things here, alphabetical helps because then you don't have to like read through all of them. But if there are some big ones that could go to the top, like web, it's really UX, right? I think the whole software area to me is all about the UX. It's like, I think UX just encompasses web, code, software, design, development, yeah, all the things. If you had to pick one term to kind of be the umbrella term for all of it, UX is pretty good. It's the user experience. And it encompasses all of computer science, I think. But also, it's about the user, the device, what they're trying to get done, how well it works, the price, marketing. So the UX category on the nav bar could just be an icon. It could be, I don't know, I do like the idea of maybe moving towards little illustrations that are, that's actually not a bad idea. I could try to set that up. I made a note about this before, about some super icon illustration type shit. Super icons can get super small, can get super large. Some details can disappear and disappear to help responsive framing. So all those constraints and whatnot. So I think a lot of this is possible in Figma. You can create some pretty badass responsive frames by using a combination of layout constraints. But okay, so that's for like UX type shit. Putting a border that sticks to each edge, you know, isn't super hard and can be kind of cool. But you can also do like scaling. For illustrations, icon illustration, that's really what it is that it's an icon and it's an illustration. The illustration is the extra detail, the icon is the simple one, and it wouldn't be that hard to set up a Figma system to get that done, because you could start with an icon and then tell somebody to add detail to it, make it look better. And frankly, they could well, maybe they can study the past submissions, and so you can get an idea of what other people have done and then see if you can do a better job. It is a little discouraging if you see really good submissions and be like, well, I don't know if I could do that. But, well, so getting the right visuals and like the right cutout visuals for the icon to compose like multiple shapes into one kind of scene almost. It doesn't have to be 3D. It could be more 2D, but I do think 3D offers a certain amount of kind of spatial situation, you know, basically illustration. Oh man. So yeah, they would be 2D, but you could use 3D to compose them, and so you can get very detailed correct proportional illustrations. You can compose them into whatever you want in 3D, and then, but why export it to 2D if it's a 3D thing? Could I create these things in WebGL code? If I had the right editing tool, like a Figma with layers, or at least just the lists, and it's kind of like a Play Canvas or something, but more with, well, modeling. I don't know. The thing about modeling is that you kind of don't need to always have precise control over the points if you use compound shapes. I think, compound shapes could be kind of redundant, but the computer's pretty fast at rendering like the points, and as long as you don't have zillions of polygons, if it's pretty simple geometry, then it shouldn't be a problem to just kind of compose compound shapes from primitive shapes and then size and scale them in different directions to kind of create like, but okay, so if you're gonna use a whole bunch of spheres to create like a tube, that's not a good idea. Wouldn't look right, but or just in general, creating a big rock from a ton of little rocks that are all just kind of overlapping, and some of them are only, like an iceberg type, geometry is happening where most of it's hidden. I think so the app, if the thing is completely hidden, it might be able to not render those points, but I think generally speaking, if a little bit is showing, it can't, it doesn't know how to skip the drawing of all the pixels that are hidden, and so you're basically just going to be rendering a ton of pixels that you don't need. Now again, it's pretty fast at that type shit, and I don't know if it would actually matter that much to have a few, even a million extra pixels that are rendered. That I don't know, but could I create a 3D composition software? I don't think it'd be that hard. It's just 3JS. Oh, okay. So it's the components. It's creating these little files that need to save, the file blocks. It's like one of the big pieces of Blender that's kind of confusing, and if they're actually files, like a file system, then it should be pretty easy to create complex things. In fact, you could import Blender files. Maybe at the beginning it's just importing the GLBs or whatever. Maybe you can create Blender files in a web repo, and then you just save the Blender files kind of in the public directory, and then they're accessible to anyone, but also you can preview them via the web. That's an interesting idea. So, and not actually terribly hard. Blender plus web, so it's sort of save Blender files to public dir, and try to automate the Blender to GLB process. Is it called a GLB? I forget. So maybe you have to do this manually, but essentially you import and preview on the web, right? Like previewing the files with the right kind of tool that can allow you to do whatever you want with your files is super important. When when you're on Google's website, or like Google Drive, and you have all your files, but you can't like access your tools without downloading it and creating another copy, and then like it's just a nightmare. You don't want to do that shit. You want to. I mean, I think Google Drive you can install like a file system integration, so you can essentially edit the files directly. But I don't know if I would trust it. I'd probably want to use something like Git to automatically kind of. I want to say for single editor workflows, like an auto commit is actually okay. It might bloat the Git database if you have like a ton of unnecessary commits, but maybe you can write a Git tool that goes through and kind of merges a whole bunch of changes into one, and then purges the extra data. So instead of saving like 100 times in a minute, you just save like once a minute, more or less. That's kind of the thought there, but you wouldn't need to save 100 times a minute. You could save every like, I don't know, every 5 seconds. Is that bad? You could type up a bunch of shit and then your browser crashes and you lose the last 5 seconds. Maybe it queues up. Well, if you do it server side, then hopefully it's more reliable and any server crashes could be weathered. Essentially, you just stream the changes immediately. And then, I don't know, but if somebody's editing something, and they're typing, do you stream just the new character and hope that everything stays in sync, or do you stream the whole thing? I don't know. Another question that will have to be answered, but I'm not really going to think about that right now. So, what was I just thinking about? I don't know. Blender it to the web. Import and preview. So, this is sort of metadata. The essence of metadata is that you can have you can preview things on your website and then create custom experiences around it. I think that's fairly powerful, although right now, I mean, it's not like a brain dead thing that's just going to happen automatically. There's a ton of UX kind of questions there about how do you want it to work, and I don't know. I don't know if my framework's going to hold up. I kind of think just given the simplicity of it, it's not a bad way to go, but there might be just a ton of hoops that still have to be jumped through to get a basic file system app working, and it's kind of the name of the game that all these tech companies are playing. And well, I need to get people to help me. Is essentially what's going on here, and that's partly what these super icons could help do. Well, they could go on the sidebar here so that the big categories were like icons. I don't know, maybe there's like a big handful of them right up here at the top. Kind of had that set up earlier, and it's kind of like a quick bar like this. You just have like these quick links to the most important things that are ever present, so whenever you need to jump there real quick, you just click it. Social media links? I don't know, maybe. If I'm always trying to get back to my I mean, that red YouTube icon would actually look somewhat fitting on the nav bar here. Maybe Pinterest, I don't know. Only the red icons. Well, so super icons, but it obviously take a long time. And which ones do I start with? Not 100% sure. What was I doing down here? Yeah, let me think about this for a second. So this is like level generation. but easy, medium, hard, difficult, no, like extreme, insane. It's like if you can automate this, then you get 5x the playability. Sort of. Maybe not exactly 5x, but you increase the playability where people can, you know, now you have well, not now noobs and pros can succeed better. Right? The challenge for the challenging people who want it, and easy for the people who don't. All right, so yeah, a lot of games have done this. One thing I was thinking is non-beatable content. So imagine generating parameters or bosses or levels or whatever where certain parts, branches, side bosses, or like areas or whatever are actually unbeatable. The level to which it's unbeatable might not be clear, and that's part of the game. So it's like, who can beat it? How powerful do you need to be? Record these stats, have leaderboards, everyone can see who has beaten what. Maybe it's, well, so it'd obviously have to be, it would be cool to be the first one to beat something, but that's only for one person. To make it not seem as worn, you could hide the higher level leaderboards, so you only see well, just so it doesn't seem as washed out or whatever, you could if the game were segmented based on start month, basically, or even week, or even day, you could track your progress with your cohort. That is what they call those, like batches or classes or whatever. Okay, so non-beatable content. That's the story of my life, right? That's what it feels like, but what do I know? Creating some 3D stuff would be kind of cool. The component system, like the file system, I think would have to come first. Not necessarily, but like, well, could I use the directory system that displays, let's go into this. I need to render these better so that I can click on it without having to dig so much. That's the whole point, and it's failing. It's there, but it just takes too many clicks. So, rendering out these trees and being able to create a bunch of like models and scripts and compose them properly, I don't know if composing them in the browser is the right thing, but knowing what you have and, you know, seeing all the like assets essentially, I think is important. Hey, look, GLB. Heh. I even have a folder for it. So that's cool. And I think that is where I'm pulling it for the Fly game. And so I could essentially render, well, so the whole Fly, you know, page is not loading through the, what did I click on there? I think I clicked on one of these. Oh, needed to click this one. Oh, it's not. This one's not working properly. Go home, Fly. Anyway, this entire scene could be exported. It's not set up to do that right now, but I'd probably have to wrap it in a function or something. Might be able to get it to lazy load at the root level or whatever, but that could run into some issues. I might want to wrap them up in some sort of module wrapper so that then I don't know, maybe I can auto load it. Maybe I create maybe the index is, maybe it's a meta file. Meta.json is just information about the stuff, about the thing and all the things below it. And well, so how would that work for composing these games? I don't know. I think it's creating the visual tools to see everything and to like log everything and to drag and drop everything and get it all. You know, being able to build a game, building a tool for building a game is a lot harder than just building the game, right? I mean, I could slap together some quick, you know, UX on this game, and well, the level generation would have to be figured out, or at least, I mean, it wouldn't have to, but it would be, I think, a good idea. So, how did I do that level generation stuff? I didn't, but if I were, how would I do it? Where was it? I think it was this note here. It's not, this note doesn't show up in the list. In fact, when I update this, it doesn't show up. It was only when I added the note originally that it updates. And so, I don't know, I think I'm gonna actually go into here, go down here, and put this guy in here. Now when I update it, it doesn't, it's in my main list, because it's just like, this is my memory, short-term memory, and I need to be able to see the shit. So let's make a new one for game level gen. So to have multiple difficulties, you could have use like automated difficulty parameters. These could be part of the level gen. Some level blocks could be responsive, so 3D constraints and responsiveness. So all the things that the web does about showing and hiding things, and you kind of need like repetition sometimes. We need stretchy things and repeating, well, either stretchy or repeating. And then you need it to somehow seamlessly transition. I don't know, that's tricky. Maybe you need to make certain things just kind of like adapt automatically. There's a number of different ways. It could try and stretch. It could repeat some segment. It could frame 3D framing and constraints in a similar way as like Figma. That's some tricky shit right there. I wonder if Fusion is figured out. I wonder how Autodesk Fusion does it these days. Autodesk Fusion. Fusion 360, wasn't it called? Yeah. I don't know why everyone started putting 360s on everything. Maybe just as an alternative to 3D. Trialware. That means you have to buy it once you're done with the trial. 30-day trial. Yeah, it's no bueno. PCBs, CAD CAM. Not sure what CAE is. Well, so it was a pretty interesting program. It had a, one of the things I remember about it is it had a timeline, sort of, I think it was along the bottom of the screen. Or was this the timeline? I don't know. It like generated this timeline of actions, and like your whole project was just this kind of combination of these actions. And I think these are more layers. It says browser. It was a pretty cool app, but if you can't extend the app and do whatever you want with it, then you're probably gonna run into a limitation where it just doesn't work the way that you want. And then you jump through hoops trying to get it. I mean, sometimes you can write plugins for these things, but well, it's a pretty sophisticated piece of software, clearly. Maybe one day I will have 3D software of my own, but all right, where was I? Well, I was thinking about level gen and all those things. That would be, I don't know if that's something worth pursuing right now. Creating big worlds, like, it's basically just positioning usable blocks. So right now I just randomly scatter these buildings around, but if I create, a handful of blocks and then can kind of randomly assemble them into, you refresh the browser and you get a brand new level, that'd be kind of cool. Now, right now, the controls, the flight controls are a little bit wonky, like just getting around and getting in and out of areas and, navigating properly would be, the zoom is too instant. It should like build up, and I don't know, the drop off is actually fine. It's sort of like a break, but then is it though? Because then if you let go for a second to slow down and steer, then it's going to take you a long time to get back up to speed. I don't know if I like that. Do we need a break? Maybe we need a break in order to well, maybe when you let go of the boost, you still kind of keep most of your speed. That's actually not a bad way to go, is you could have the fall off be pretty quick, but and pretty instant even, where you just slow down like 80%, but then once you start speeding back up, no, I don't know. Problem is you want to be able to go really fast, and if you can go really fast, then that's too fast to be able to steer this thing, especially because it's kind of imprecise controls. You're not like, you're in 3D space, and if you don't tilt or roll the right amount before you start steering, and also the steering radius on this is pretty big. I don't know if I want to make it more aggressive. That could get wonky. You could put limits on it. I don't know. Figuring out the right flight controls and the right game and whatever. I think my brain is kind of fizzling out on this right now, so it's probably the wrong way to go. Wrong thing to spend my time on. Even though it's definitely one of the cooler things that I've made, and it's only like a few hundred lines of code. It's pretty simple. And I could probably pretty easily make it way better if I needed one thing to focus on, because I'm definitely just kind of floundering in my directory fucking rewrite bullshit. Maybe it's not a bad way to go, but is the... What do I spend my time on? I kind of just have to roll with the punches, go with the flow. Yeah, doing illustration stuff, 3D stuff, probably not ideal right now. Demoing some kind of overlay. Yeah, so this radial UX around your character is yeah, so like step one is you'd push the menu button. Well, you're running around with WASD. You push a menu button like shift or a mouse button maybe to activate the problem is alright, you can do shift Q, shift E, shift R. I think you can do shift most of these. That's part of the problem I was having with Throne and Liberty, is just fumbling the hotkeys is kind of annoying. Alright, so you're running around with WSD, you push the menu button, and a menu appears. It's basically just a subtle it could be subtle or it could be pretty aggressive, but like it's an overlay on top of... Ideally, it's not a massive transition from normal play. Like, if you push the shift button, it should be shift or control, and maybe it's two different ones even. Maybe control is more like editing the actual workspace, like moving UI elements around that you don't want to do most of the time, so it's kind of like a... show menus, and then control is more like edit UI menus. I do think Ultima Online's little spell cards were pretty fucking sweet. Like, a little icon you can drag anywhere on your screen and click it. Like, that was some crazy shit right there. The scrolls was kind of a cool idea too, where you could build a consumable scroll. Doesn't make a ton of sense that it's not like you're eating the thing, but there's just sort of a game system that worked. Well, then you put them in the spell book. The problem is that with the spell book you need the reagents, reactants, the regs, and man, that was a cool game. I could try and design, like, man, could I bring Ultima back to life in the browser? Probably have some copyright issues, but could maybe modify it enough. This could be kind of fun because, like, I have some direction where, you know, it would go and what it could look like. But UO remake. So root, moss, ginseng, obviously not copyrighted. Ash, web. Spider silk is kind of cool though. But would you just call it silk? Yeah, the idea is just to like have something similar that's not necessarily identical. Well, also identical spell names. That was kind of the idea, is you could bring back the corpor Vass Ort Flam. I think I had a dream that somebody PK'd me in Ultima Online. Cal Vass Flam. Was it Cal Ort Por was the recall? What was the gate spell? Man, I forget. I think it was Vass Ort Por, maybe? No. Maybe? I don't know. What was... If I Google it, what was the UO gate spell? Who knows what version of UO this is talking about? It's like, page doesn't even work. Nobody's been there. UO forever. Gate travel. Where's the frickin' words? Vassrelpor. Vassrelpor. Right? I think. So can't do that for copyright reasons, but could have very similar spells. UFO. Oh, that's UOF. Interesting. It's a Wikipedia. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'm trying to build here. Whoa, that's wide. A little bit too wide there. Media wiki. Forum, a wiki. A game, chat engine, Discord type shit could all be built into one tool. Can I do it though? Don't have the power. Coffee's gone. It's 2 o'clock. I was thinking about going to Costco, but not sure I want to. Could order a pizza and just order or go to Costco tomorrow. Yeah, man, maintaining health is I don't know. I like indulging sometimes. Not most of the time. Yeah, there's a spell book. Well, so yeah, I mean, I don't think I have any real capability to get that shit working. Any of this stuff, it's like, it's cool, it's a good idea. If I had a game I could prototype, which I sort of do, but going through it's not necessarily as cool for the flying game. So the flying game is almost like a mobile game right now. It could be made into a PC game. I mean, it actually could be kind of cool to make it into a PC game. You could lock onto people and use different weapons on them and potentially have evasive maneuvers or like defense strategies. Like, could you launch flares to blow up bombs behind you? Maybe. Maybe the flares just do damage and they kind of linger for a few seconds so that the enemy, you basically just put like a wall in the air where the enemy can fly into it. That's kind of crazy. You even have like flare trails where you just leave a huge cloud of flares that burn your shit up, slow you down. And you probably don't die from it, but lose shields and or take damage. Yeah, let's think about that. That's kind of cool. Could put it in the space fighter. I mean, I have a note here. It's the fly game. shields, flares on mobile. I mean, takes the fun out of it, right? I mean, a mobile game is just so handy, but if you want to create a viral game, you need people to be able to just click on a link and start playing it. And I mean, how cool would that be is if you could click on an ad and then the game just starts. Progressive web app style, and then it asks you, maybe there's a full screen button, and you have the thing auto pause, like well, so add as PWA full screen toggle button, like, yeah, but the combat is probably better on PC. I mean, not necessarily even, but I was thinking you'd lock on to, you know, say target selection, switching, and then back to free flight. I think if you just grab the joystick, then you, well, maybe you have to unlock from the target to, or maybe canceling the target is just separate. So I made the mobile version auto boost with joystick, which is sort of useful for racing, but less so for fighting. I don't know. Also bad for landscape two-handed play. So the combat could definitely be a two-handed mode. Is it the same game where, like, some battles are, or some levels or some whatever, like, games are some games are some games have combat, so some games have combat, some are casual races, some games have protection, no ship loss. Excuse me. Well, so yeah, on like easier modes you could, or easier regions even, you could have cheap ships with no ship loss, but it's sort of like Albion. You want to have that, you want to have some skin in the game, you want to have different risk levels, but you gotta have some skin in the game or else it's not as fun, in my opinion. But you definitely have to have it be an abundant game. You need to have abundant loot so that even though you lose your ship every time, that more often than not, you can earn it back, like even with one race. I mean, so like, even if you make 2x the cheapest ship make a minimum so that you only need to watch and add every death. I mean, okay, this just came to me, but it's sort of like watch and add to get 100 coins. Different ships have different costs. But like maybe a 20 coin ship is the cheapest, so you could buy 5 of them before having to watch another ad. And then maybe you can make 20 like 2,000 coins pretty easily in the first round. So in theory, you never have to watch an ad. Well, that's bad for the game. But I mean, so that's way too generous. But the idea is that maybe you can, I don't know. So I'm trying to paint an example where you could have extremely easy economics, but it's just more like get people used to having to like make decisions about how much to spend and whatnot. I mean, frankly, people like doing that. Giving people money to spend in your game like is step one. Like buy what ship based on, I don't know, like preference. Maybe each ship has a different play style. Maybe each ship originally has different controls. Maybe you have to turn certain ships sideways, or some of them are vertical, or whatever. And then the UI and UX is configured for that play style. It could just be an easy way to like introduce some of the different options, and then later on you can decide which way you want to. Well, any plane should maybe be responsive, and you could fly it one-handed if you needed to, but I don't know. So shields, flares, yeah, I mean, okay, so locking on, targeting. How do you select, deselect, switch targets? It could be in any direction, visible or not. Must they be visible, LOS, to select? I think that's actually a pretty good rule of thumb, is that here's something weird. Either the cats are ferociously licking something, or shields and targeting. Yeah, line of sight to select might not be a bad idea. It means that targets might kind of flicker on and off. I don't know, maybe you could select them even though they disappear, you just can't target them. Yeah, that's a good idea. So, target visibility. Visibility. You, like once something appears on the screen, you should be able to target them. So you might want like primary and secondary selections. I don't know, could the mouse button, left and right mouse buttons, be used as like a quick target selection? It's not a bad idea. Some spells, well, do you want to always auto-target things? I think Albion kind of had a good system where if you alt and cast a spell, it casts on yourself. Now that I do it, it feels a little awkward, but I never really had a problem with it before. It's mostly Alt Q. But yeah, that thumb position is kind of crazy. All right, let's see here. Yeah, so I don't know, can you right and left click it? Right, well, left click is primary target. Right click, secondary target. That could be unnecessary, like you just select something and it has a highlight around it. Maybe, okay, so target list, targeting history. Everything that appears is shown on the screen, shown in the list. Both new and old and invisible. And the game tries to prioritize based on power level, personal interest. Did you select them? If you select them, then it's like, ooh, you're interested in this one. Okay, let's move that one to the top of the list so you can always see where it is. Drag and drop to reorder. Well, really, you just click the one you want, and then it goes to top and stays there. And if you want a different one, then click it. It goes to the top. Now, might need to have. Well, you could drag it. Drag away from list to pop out button. Well, overlay. Click overlay to, sort of like in Albion, but Albion's you can't really drag around. You can drag your party around, but you can't drag your like enemy targeting thing around, or I don't know. You can click it. Click overlay to select. And so then, essentially, well, if you had like if you pop the thing out, if you dragged it out of the list, then maybe you don't need it in the list anymore.
It would keep the, if you drag a whole bunch of them onto your screen, then you don't need them in your list anymore, and then the list becomes only secondary targets. That's interesting, but I think that's the way to go. And then you want a way to potentially, I don't know, like mouse wheel through them if you hovered over the list, but no, you would probably just click. Well, no, mouse wheel should be to scroll the list. If somehow you're looking for something specific, you might also want targets to appear around your screen in the direction that they are. Yeah, so like it's really entity icon plus UX. So it's like power level, aggro maybe. It's kind of what you want, but type, weapon, health, etc. Now power level and health I kind of think could be a similar thing. All right, so all this targeting stuff, this could be kind of cool. I mean, it is kind of the essence of the game and part of the fun of the game. If you can fly around and as easily as possible target other players, then bam, isn't that like isn't that a win? When you're kind of locked on, once you select them, if you're hell-bent on killing one person, it shouldn't be hard to just click on them and fly after them and launch everything you got at them. And that's where the strategy comes in. It could be a power-based thing where, the bigger you get, maybe in a simple game, this is an interesting idea. Simple flying plus fighting. Whoops, flighting. Each ship costs minerals, and when you destroy a ship, it turns back into those minerals. And it could be 0 loss, like no need for taxing, just whatever the cost of the ship is, boom, those minerals drop on the ground. Maybe the minerals explode from the ship. Maybe ships have magnets for sucking them up. Yep. So like these could be 3D floaty mineral icons of varying sizes. How do the minerals how are the minerals stored? Like the magnet could only have a maximum capacity. Based on the size of the magnet, it can only hold so much. And maybe you do, I don't know, having a bunch of minerals following the ship around, it might not actually be too heavy on you might want some physics to kind of make them bobble around a little bit, or maybe you just link them up as a kind of a dumb chain and it just follows it. or they click. I think actually fixing the position. It's a magnet. It's pretty strong. They're crystals that kind of like hit the magnet and stack up and stay there. And but then are the actual all the little minerals going to be rendered? You're going to have potentially 100 little shapes all stuck together at the back of the ship. And is it going to be easy to calculate that collision? You'd have to have a precise collision box, and I don't know how well the various available collision, well, like ammo, does it allow for a mesh frame, a custom mesh frame that can accurately collide all the little crystals without bouncing them around and having, I mean, that could be a nightmare to try and figure out. So maybe having like just a rough UI where maybe it's a continual thing, 0 through 100%, has like some sort of UX. Maybe you see the capacity so that it just sort of, as it fills up, as you run over these virtual things, they kind of disappear, and then you just, your animation, your 3D model has like a scale, like a 0 to 100%, and a visual. It's basically a visual for the capacity. That could work. Still not sure exactly how that would look, but all right. So you could also grind up the minerals to make them into a powder, which could be just as valuable, but also way less volume. And so rather than having a small capacity magnet, you still need the magnet, but you wouldn't need a huge capacity magnet, because if you had a crusher, then it would take the mineral from the magnet and pulverize it and turn it into powder. And then you could have capacity for powder capacity, essentially. And that could basically also correlate to weight, could get really heavy, and so then the ship's speed and whatnot could be, well, so if you're playing a racing game with like bad guys who would come and try and blow you up to take your minerals, earn the minerals from your ship, that could be kind of a pain in the butt. Now, maybe blow somebody up at the early stages anyway. It's harder. Like if you want to race, you just fly away and you might take a little bit of damage, but they'd have to be able to catch up with you and in order to kill you. So maybe the fighting is more like when you go after the bigger resources, then a bunch of people show up, and then you can kill the other people to get the resources, but then maybe there's actually like a big kind of treasure that people fight over, and if you can learn how to get that, then maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Maybe it's a black hole. It sucks people in when you get close enough to it, and anyone who gets sucked in gets added to the prize at the end, and then when the black hole implodes, like then it turns into a giant mineral like reward. Okay, so that's kind of a cool idea, but so just flying around and fighting people could be pretty fun. So what is the fight dynamic? Well, you could have slows, tractor beams, flares. Like, is there atmosphere? Still not sure. I think you might want to be clear about, well, if it's, I think certain winged flight, you kind of could add some gravity effects to it so that you fall more in one direction, or you're kind of always accelerating in the down direction and have to overcome it. with lift and drag and boost and whatever. But generally speaking, the flight is kind of similar, right? Like to outer space in a real spaceship. The whole idea of like sliding and not being able to turn, I think you could essentially you just allow drag in space so that or you make sure that it's still, you can still turn the ship. I think sliding sideways and having to kind of reverse the lack of drag in space is, you'd have to, well, it could go either way. All right, so is there an atmosphere? Still not sure. Flares, but this was sort of to defend against missiles. I think the whole missile dynamic could be cool because, is it really, no, how do you spell missile? Missile. There we go. Like buy bigger missiles. Lasers? Sure, why not? Are they single blast or continuous? Continuous might require a lot more money and energy. Well, and so then I was thinking about this whole nitro thing. The nitro could, it could just be like a special mineral, and maybe it has the whole same pulverizing, like you can buy it and then put it in your engine. How would a powder get fed into an engine? It'd maybe be better as like as a liquid. But then your whole ship could get more energy, like it had boosted shield, a boosted, weapons. Maybe not missiles, but maybe lasers, for example, that tap into the. And you could still have missiles even later on, like in space. Space missiles? I don't know, like, does Eve have space missiles? Would it be stupid to try and fire a torpedo? You'd have to have propulsion on it, but you still kind of have the same hit, dodge, miss dynamics that would exist in atmosphere. And missiles could be like, well, they're like bombs. They could just have way more impact and blow up. Could even be detonated nearby or something if it was a. Yeah, I mean, frankly, that's kind of an interesting idea. If you had a nuke and you could shoot it and then detonate it, that would be crazy. Because they could just sort of like a black hole almost, just gobble up anything in its range, fire the thing far enough away, and detonate and just try and AoE hit a bunch of people. Maybe it's like an AoE circle that you place, and then once you click, it fires the projectile in that direction. Although maybe you'd want the arrow, an arrow targeting instead of a AoE, because it wouldn't. Well, you could have it automatically detonate. You could set it up so that it auto detonates at that spot. The problem is it just might not get there. Well, so nukes. Okay, so shields. Can be upgraded, take damage, can recharge. Like could have an effect. When you use nitro, it boosts the power of your, like, what's a generator? Or a capacitor or a reactor. And boosts the power of your shield, lasers, thrusters. Yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe the nitro just puts shields at 100%, doubles thrusters, and doubles thrusters and lasers. Well, and then, so the idea with the shield is also when it's destroyed, you have a much easier time of losing your ship. I was kind of thinking repairing could be part of the thing. Maybe it's only if you take damage, your ship takes damage. But so I mean, part of the game I was thinking a while back was that it's like risk versus reward, and if the if you want to win more, like racing wise, if you want to get the first place prize, for example, then you might have to push your ship to the limit. But I don't know, that'd be tricky to balance, because how close or how far is it from losing your shield and losing your ship? Maybe you can take a fair amount of punishment and not completely total your ship. I think at a certain point the ship just gets destroyed, just blows up in a flame, and you get nothing. But even if it's at like 1% durability, maybe you can bring it back, and maybe it costs. Does it cost that much to repair it? Where if it's at 1% durability, it costs 99% of the ship. Maybe it's only 50% of the ship to repair it. 50% of the, so you could repair one from 1% for half the cost of a new ship. So it's always economical. Maybe it's just auto repaired. Maybe it automatically does it. Although, if you actually didn't need the same ship, then maybe you wouldn't want to. So I don't know. Those are interesting questions. I do think destroying the ship could be an interesting part of the dynamic. Like, well, so for example, with PvP, then that adds a pretty strong dynamic to it, where you might want to buy an expensive ship to go to a specific fight and try your chance at winning. And if you lose it, then
people take your money, and if you win, then you get paid. So that could be kind of cool. And the interesting thing is you could set this up so that everybody wins. You just kind of pump a bunch of value into the system. This is interesting thing about Albion is that for whatever reason, I don't know if the economics just don't work, but like it feels like if they provided a bunch of loot so that people just got rich in the game, people would hoard onto that and, you know, never want to lose it. You know, you don't have to make it completely easy, but you could just like quadruple the loot overnight, and all of a sudden people play 4 times as much. Well, I mean, then they'd get used to it, and then it wouldn't be as cool. But also, if it were easy to make money in the game, then they don't spend money on it. I don't think that's necessarily true. You just want it to be also easy to lose money in the game, where it takes money to make money and to make the But you always have to have the reward, massive reward there to justify the risk. And you kind of need it to outweigh the risk so that people just play recklessly no matter what. So, like, if the reward greatly outweighs the risk, then you'll get people
Why does it sound like there's people in the backyard? They're in the side yard. Can't really see from here. If the reward greatly outweighs the risk, then you'll get people, I don't know, just playing recklessly, which is fun for everyone when you can win easily. Yeah, so then, you know, if you put massive rewards on at least some events, then people pay a ton of money to play, but then they more often than not make more than they pay, then it's just, you know, a win-win. They feel like, you know, the risk was there. Now, sometimes they might have to lose some to kind of weigh it or balance it all out, and that could be part of the massive risk, the massive reward is that, you know, when you're fighting a bunch of other powerful ships, if you blow them up and you take all their money, then boom, you pay for your ship. And I don't know, could the nitro be like a global thing that you don't lose? I don't know, I almost like with Siphoned Energy and Albion, maybe it's better to have the nitro, you carry it with you so that it's part of the risk and the reward. I generally think on this whole, you know, distribution of minerals and, you know, loot or whatever from the destruction of a ship, I generally think it should be pretty easy to just fly by and collect your loot. Like, I know Slither.io kind of distributes all those flashy things, and it's part of the game, is that, you know, it causes, you know, the reward causes conflict and people jump in at it and blow themselves up. And it would, you know, in an actual dogfight type situation, it might cause people to do crazy things. You might get a lot of smaller ships just flying around trying to pick up as much money as they can. Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic. I think it would be fun. I think it could be fun for, well, like, it's not necessarily fun to be ratted, but you wouldn't want the rats to be able to pick up everything. I think maybe you have like a rat modifier on different levels so that you can only, if you're trying to rat, you know, you can only take so much. Like, you can't have a high capacity ship that's only a scout, like fast and high capacity, you know, basically you don't want people coming to your fights cleaning up all the loot and then stealing it and getting away. But if there's some smaller thieves that are just kind of like freeloading, and it could be kind of like a temporary play style that's not actually that rewarding, but just kind of fun to especially if you're a noob at the new stage, then when you get there, the new money threshold, the new like income potential is massive compared to where you were, and so being a thief is maybe not a bad idea. How long though do you spend flying around trying to scoop up other people's loot and not dying yourself? That's kind of a degenerative, not a like when it's probably not easy to make a lot of money with it. It's just you might get lucky and be able to scoop up some and get away with it. And also, if it were like on your flight path anyway, where you're getting way better rewards for doing other things, but you can kind of just loot and scoot, could be fun. So anyway, getting the rewards set up the right way. I mean, so a multiplayer flying game would be pretty tricky in terms of the physics. It's not the trickiest part. The networking. Getting the networking working, where you'd essentially have to have an API kind of per ship, where any ship has abilities, and to use abilities you have to like essentially request the ability usage from the server. The server responds, to allow it, and you kind of play out the simulation on the client. The whole hit and miss dynamic is interesting because, with projectiles, you have this you have a chance to dodge, essentially. So it's hard to make it deterministic, and multiplayer networking is one of the more confusing things in gaming. So just assuming that I'm going to be able to get any of this done is kind of a mistake. So thinking it through is probably a waste of time, and I don't know, but clearly my brain wants to think about game type shit instead of working on my web page layouts. I just don't think I'm going to be able to get anything done. I think maybe I'm going to need to take a break in a minute and probably go get a snack here. Not sure what I'm going to eat today. Could eat some of these goldfish. I'm making some goldfish. If I'm going to drive somewhere, I can't start drinking yet. It is the weekend. It's only 3 o'clock. Kind of want to go get a beer, but what could I work on? I really want to clean up this bullshit, but I'm not sure how to get. Well, I could test different layouts for the homepage. I could test like full page layout should work. I could in the layout folder create different templates where yeah, that's right. I don't need any layout on the lazy loaded page. On sub pages, they will. On sub pages, they will get rendered inside of the main. Do I have control over the main classes? Basically the main layout. Let's see, on this simple layout, I forget how that works. Layout, simple. So yeah, we are adding those classes. So this is actually the root page, home page, that. So for the default content, it adds its classes. I think that makes sense. But then you have to add your own layout. But there's a lot of potential there. So you know, just creating different layouts would be pretty simple. Documenting the CSS. It's kind of what needs to happen too, right? Like, it's not just if I want to create all these pieces, I need to be able to see how they work. And in this case of trying to document these layouts, essentially just having, you know, exactly what I have here that I can inspect and see how it works is probably the best way to go. Still not sure what to do about this margin on the H1. That's massive. But I do think sections might be in order here. That would be an L section. Starting to look a lot better. Now, I'm not sure if that's right. Also, can we have nested sections? That is part of the idea of sections, right? And it would be, should be. Well, so maybe it's just an H element, and the view decides which H element to use. That all of a sudden changed the layout because the section is nested and maybe it needs some extra space. Well, let's duplicate this. Maybe again. And then maybe this one a couple times. It's entirely unclear what is what. But, well, so this is the bigger header here. And it is a little bit more spacing, but is it? I don't know, actually. Maybe it's the same after each section. Except this one. This one doesn't have the section bottom. Well, anyway, so I don't like how wide it is, but it's not terrible. It's about as wide as I would want.
So is this set up as an active? This is. But this is 2? This shouldn't be. Why are these all active? What the fuck? Alright. Let's see if we can fix that. But this is using the first directory. I don't know if I should switch that over. Could potentially be better, but it's going to be a lot of work. I might need to just call it on this whole website. It's kind of depressing, but... Well, an alternative strategy would be set up video landing pages. Set up like monetization. Let's get people to pay you $1. If I can't win this one, then I'm doomed. Yeah, I mean, the big ideas are important. The quest. So, could I create like a mastermind and work on that? Just feel like I should get the website a little bit better, working a little bit better before I work too much on other shit. But I don't know. I'm still not 100% sure I'm digging the hash router. I think if it just worked a little bit better, it'd be fine. All right. Let's look at this active stuff. How come? First, let's verify that the home page is using, it's using this app, and this is using directory 1. And I could import directory 2 here, but I think it would break for sure. Let's just, this doesn't feel good to go and work on the old directory, but I think that's what we want for a second. I'm trying to figure out why it's active here. Hide all but active. Isn't this the wrong condition? Or the wrong spot, I mean. Hide all but active. Why, does that make any sense? Yeah, no, I think this should be else. I'm not sure why I didn't do that before, but is that what I want? And can I take the... So layout is not getting flagged as active, which it needs to. And it might be because it doesn't search the thing. But I think it should be able to detect if the location, oh, so we didn't add, this is for directory though. Layout is a directory. But it's actually, we're on yeah, so it's not going to match because the hash for that directory would be without the simple part. It'd just be hash/layout/ and basically it's confusing and I don't even fully understand what I'm trying to say, but I do think that moving towards the new directory system where we have classes and we just trying to rethink some of this logic, it is a good idea for this very reason, so that I can try and get this working. The navigation needs to work more fluidly. I don't know how I feel about the arrows. I think that's a little bit, I don't know. The problem is that then I have to handle, if all the things are just expandos with down arrows essentially, then how do you click and launch the root page? Maybe I leave it like this. So then you either have the option of expanding it or just clicking on it, and when you click on it, then, well, in this case, it goes somewhere else. I don't think I should have this. This one should probably change from this expando to just remove the triangle, and it's just a main link. And so you're forced to click on it and go to this page to get to the stuff. That's not a bad way to go. How would I do that? Well, I'd have to implement that for the first directory, and I'm planning to get away from that, so we'll maybe work on that later. But well, so for any of these, it would have to have its own page to be able to click on it, and then you could, well, then you'd have control over what you display, like which one of these things do you put in there in what order. Yet I do kind of think having a manual meta nav is better than having the auto nav, and then just having one of those links be like a sitemap that then goes to kind of like your file system. And then from there, like this should really be like at sitemap at a certain URL. Could I actually just make that real quick? Let's see. So, yeah, new folder, or it could be a new file. Does the sitemap need other files? Let's start with a new file and we can always upgrade it. Sitemap.page.js. And then, just like the home page, we want some of this stuff. And then we probably want the side nav, and then this stuff, and then we're not going to do the directory.load. I'm just going to copy all this, and then we go to sitemap, control paste. I'm not going to do this because I want to actually use directory 2, import directory 2 from I think I'll just go root here to framework /ext/directory/directory 2.js, I think. And then here I'll say, I think here I could say app.directory 2, well, let's just say 2 equals new directory 2, whoops, and then I'm not sure if I have to pass it anything. What does the directory 2 page do? Pass in the app. Do we need the card? So this is going to be dynamically routed. I think we don't need all this shit. It can't load by itself, so it should be more like this one. let's see. Sitemap. Can I just paste this all in? I think that'll work. So let's go back to the home page. Now we have sitemap, and now we have the whole damn sitemap. Okay. We can call this sitemap. All right. Yeah, and then in terms of these links working, I don't know why that's working or why that's there. Do we want that there? Maybe. It is sort of just, why isn't it at the root level though? Not sure. And this change of color there is a little weird, but I was going to get that working so that it would look a little differently. Well, so what was I thinking on this? I was thinking that the yeah, that's working. This has expanded the layouts properly. Getting the nav just kind of working from a basic intuitive sense is actually kind of tricky because there's so many options for what goes where, and I'm obviously confusing myself by repeating things. I'm just trying to get a look for how that could work and remind myself that something could go there. I wanted a sub-nav, but it should, render at a different level. Like these items probably shouldn't even be here because then it's redundant, right? You don't want to list it twice right next to each other. So this would be like one of these things. Should the main default page just be one of the entries underneath? Always be first, like default or something? I don't know. I haven't really figured that out yet. I don't mind just clicking on... Well, so maybe this nav just goes one level deep, and maybe I go back to doing it manually, where I want to pick exactly what goes on here instead of just automatically doing all of them. I do think... so the sitemap is maybe a little overkill for all the files. It's not bad for just displaying it, and I could leave it here for that reason, but I also think having a nav version that's sort of more like this, that's a trimmed down, like it's filtered, not a bad idea. But I don't have much control over it. I mean, I sort of do. I could just remove these things as pages, but then there's not like any in between, having it exist as a page and having it be on the main nav. But aside from rendering this manually or somehow going into each page and being able to specify it as like a nav page, it could be a .nav.page.js, and if it's got the nav part, then it goes on the nav. It's actually not a terrible way to do it, but these little like kind of hacky mechanisms are going to come back to bite me, where what happens when you have like 5 tags on there, and it's to get the modules working, you have these file names that just become ridiculously long. I do think if I can get past the idea of having to import 500 files on every page load, it's not really a good idea, but would they get cached properly? I don't know. You don't actually want them caching. The problem is, without having like a directory-based meta system where you can specify whether you want want things in the main nav. I don't know, I was just thinking about code gen, and probably not useful to go down that route right now. Well, so The framework thing is a unique case. How about this layout one? When you clicked on something, right now it does fly out, which is kind of nice, but also kind of tricky. I was thinking about trying to make this one level deep, and so instead of these being here, they're maybe over here. Then at most, you only have one level. You don't have these twirlies. You could potentially have it as a hover menu, so as you like move over each one, if it has a arrow, then it opens. How does Figma do that? I think they automatically open when you hover it, yeah. And then, so your main nav bar could just have these little arrows. Problem is you can't, well, I guess you could still click the main thing, even though it hovers. You can't have the hover on mobile. You probably, well, if you had like a tablet, how could you, we'd have to tap them once to get the menu to fly out. And then maybe you tap it again to go to this thing. That'd be kind of a weird UX, but you could probably get it to work. Lots of these little conflicting decisions to make. It's exhausting. I'm fucking burned out already. 3 o'clock. I think I'm gonna go have me that beer. Today's Drinking Code is sponsored by Bell's Hazy Hearted IPA. Definitely gonna pour me some more goldfish with this bad boy. Gonna sit back and think about why my life is so slow. Maybe because I'm drinking the beers and doing the gummies and whatnot. I'm so exhausted. I'm feeling pretty burned out at both ends, and let's see here. So the meta preview stuff. Let's make some notes, because this is bothering me. So, auto. I mean, it's pretty handy, but also going to be a problem. I could use it for now, but I'm trying to figure this goddamn thing out once and for all. Like, I think that the solution is being able to have control over the directory tree and render only the level that you want, and maybe even filter out. I could create maybe a simple filter to scan the names of the things to create like an include list. It's not a great way to do it, but if you needed a way to eliminate, hide some of them essentially from the nav, is that all we're trying to do? Well, so here's one thing, like limit nav to 1 tier. You don't have sub nav items in the side nav, then the local nav could take over from there, and you have 2 column 2 plus column nav.
It's dumb and just works. No need for hierarchy. Nav items with expandos and shit. I mean, that's true. And probably should be the thing, but, well, so that's one objective. Can I get my directory to pull in all the data and then render it the way I want? Another objective might be to support page previews and other metadata. So import page/meta.js maybe that exports like icon activity maybe. Like you could just update this with kind of, this is like a preload. This thing is preloaded. Maybe all metadata gets baked into one meta.json or JS. The thing about making it a JavaScript instead of JSON is that you don't need any extra work to manage it. Like with my directory right now, I have to load it and then convert all the data to things, which isn't terribly hard, but if you just had a meta.js file that, I don't know, does it import like a preview.js? Maybe. And then that preview.js can be imported into the actual page content. But then what would the, I mean, let's try and think of some URL structures here, because like, I don't know, like something, and then why does something turn into a yellow? I guess that's what it does. Thing.page.js is kind of what we're doing so far. Meta.js, maybe it's thing.meta.js, just so we have a grip on just for editing purposes to have the name and the file name. And then imports thing.preview.js. It's not a bad idea. And then so essentially the preview then is shared between the meta and the page. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but that's just a simple way to import the preview without importing the entire thing. Now for some things, like a layout, the preview might be the whole thing. It's one box and the preview includes that layout, and that's it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll BRB. Yay, I'm back. Fucking hell, man. I just feel terrible. This beer's not helping. I did just win a chess game, but I don't know. I feel exhausted and uninspired. That's what my gummies do these days, are pick me up and drop me on my ass. Don't think taking the other half of it would be ideal here. Well, so here we go, pushing through with this auto nav. So the file previews, whether it's a page or whatever the heck it is, a directory preview, I think is a useful kind of convention, because then anything that you make, you can define one or more previews for. Now, frankly, I think the preview should be as responsive as possible, and so whether it's a small like inline preview or whether it's a something bigger, well, really whatever size card that it needs to fit in. For example, for a grid layout of some kind could be useful. Well, what about that masonry? Should I work on nav or masonry? Wouldn't be that hard. Could get, but so part of the problem with it is that getting like the right stuff in the right columns. Maybe doing it more manually is not a bad idea. Or maybe it's like a per item type of a thing where any page could have sub pages and they're just like links on the side. But I definitely think it's harder to do, like that whole inline, like clicking on a section and having it fly out a panel. That's going to be tricky and take some practice. I do have time though. I have time to test things. It's just, what do I test? Is it going to work? I just got to believe in myself a little bit more to know that even though this is kind of shit and going really slow right now, that I have the capability to figure this out kind of once and for all. I just don't know if the coffee and cannabis are going to be the ticket to getting it done. I think it's going to be more just brute force, like get back to work, focus on. All right, so how do these previews work? If it's as simple as a friggin' just text thing, then why am I pulling my hair out trying to get that to work? Well, it's sort of like if the preview included the sub items or not, then it'd all be defined at the page level. And so you could, this is literally just a linear list of things, and each one of these things defines its own preview. And they're styled uniformly based on the CSS, based on them, using the same class names for each thing. Let's see here. How do we do this thing here? I mean, I do think this is very important stuff to get the organizational framework of anything. All the apps, notes, pages, UI, websites, software, functions, classes, folders, whatever. It's all just mildly tangible things. Getting them to work properly is tricky. And I do think creating little modular kind of feature sets where any layout is basically just a combo of HTML and CSS, which is
more visually just the stylized HTML and CSS, but functionally or more from a design standpoint, you want to be able to toggle, switch the HTML around either a little or a lot, and or switch the CSS around either a little or a lot. Toggle classes on and off. It's probably the easiest way to do it. My clarity is gone. So the meta JS, it's sort of like directory information, but it's more like a list of all the links. Well, a list of all the previews. Like it could, but then you're gonna have to manually import all the things. This is where, I don't know, like could the page automatically look for a similar meta file named similarly? Like I think a script can get the name of its file name, right? Let's see here in this layout module layout. No, it's just the layout page. Layout dot page, and then we're trying to console.log import meta. Just a URL and a resolve function. But it is the name of the file, so I think is the... Oh, I don't have it. I need window.meta equals import.meta temporarily so I can get a handle on this thing. URL. It says it's a string, but is it? So I think we can say new URL. Meta.url. And then we get the path parts and whatnot. So we have to parse it out from the path name, but I think you just do a split and then look at the last one and then remove the .page.js and then add a .meta.js, and then the problem is it may or may not exist. You may or may not need a meta, and there's no way of checking without using the directory data. So now it could be, I just don't like, creating systems where you have to learn how to define a whole bunch of new shit. Like, it doesn't seem like a good idea. Seems like and especially if it should generally be automated. So maybe I just need to take a quick stab at the component system and get those working better so that then I can create, basically so I can generate modules. Then I can focus on making the system more kind of like dynamic. I mean, I know that's a big step in the right direction, but it's also a huge step, and I don't think I can bite that off right now. I think I would get lost in the complexity. I'm not seeing much clarity. But my clarity comes and goes. Sometimes it's pointing me in the right direction, and sometimes it's not sure what to do. So let's just kind of think about this for a second. Defining all this metadata could be a pain in the ass. It can't easily be like auto imported and also optional unless we look at the directory data. So that's all right. So if we try to automatically import thing.meta.js based on the thing.page.js name, it either has to be mandatory or it'll throw a 404, or, and that could be a lot of imported things failing. If you try and test import like 20 things, your console's gonna go all nasty, which isn't actually matter much, but don't like it. Or we could use directory.json to identify and auto import. That'd be interesting. So if the file exists, then we can import it automatically. But do we even need to, nor want to? Well, do you ever import the meta from the page? I don't think you'd need to, and I think that's sort of the point, is that you'd want to have a separate file that you don't need to import the whole goddamn thing, because otherwise you might as well just bundle every page and load them all at once, which is kind of almost where I'm leaning here, but I think for all these things, before I try and automate some system, I should just hard code it and be like, look, here's what I'm talking about. This is what it looks like. But because if I did that rather than, you know, creating these notes, if I created actual content on the website and every time I'm poking around in here, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. So how would I get this thing rendering only root level? I think just using a brand new directory is the way to go. So here, let's define an objective. Use directory 2 to create a single depth sidebar nav. Well, single depth dynamic sidebar nav. So starts with a single depth. And does it auto load, or do we hand pick which ones? I don't know. Maybe if we don't want it on the sidebar, then we don't name it at a page, and then we put it somewhere else deeper, and we only, you know, create pages for the ones we want. Could be when clicked and we reload. We don't have to. I haven't really thought about that in a while. Yeah, I mean, that's actually another point. Like, let's think this through for a second, because I haven't in a while. If I want the nav, let's just say if I want the router to allow, like, new pages without full page request response. Well, let's just say request. then they'd have to be either lazy loaded properly, or auto loaded, probably bundled or something. But figure out back, forward, browser history, and then you'd have two render paths, full reload and dynamic. And so this could be a source of confusion. Let's think through this directory 2 structure. So directory 2 creates a dir. Is that the best thing? Directory 2 could mimic the dir, so it is the root dir, even though it's not a dir unless it extends the dir. What does it extend? I think it extends base, actually. Framework ext directory 2 extends base. It's not a bad idea, because the directory does sort of represent a root thing. Maybe directory extends dir. Or it has a dir, it really doesn't matter. Actually, now that I think about it, it might make a little more sense for it to be a directory, but it doesn't necessarily make sense. There's these two different things and knowing which is which and whatever, and you know, just learning for the first time that it extends it is, you know, you may or may not even notice, might not occur to you as it being important or whatever. So either way, maybe having it as a property is maybe clearer, that it's a different thing with a different class, and you can see more clearly, like if you're trying to figure out what the .dir is, you can look it up and figure out it's a different class. All right, so but how do we control the rendering of the dir? This is the thing. I think right now is just render nav. There's one render function. It's pretty complicated here because it's doing some hash matching, which is weird. I'm actually surprised this works because I haven't really gone through this and kind of minimized it, or at least compared it with, you know, well, not really compared it, but just thought about whether all this is necessary. I kind of just moved this over from the other one, and some of this filtering stuff just doesn't even work, and some of the click type shit, I don't know, did I remove these? So if it's a dir, it has it's supposed to have a click event, the bar, or the name rather, but still these aren't going anywhere. Why not? I thought this was what was rendering the dir 2. Render dir. Don't think we're doing that. I think we're doing the dir.renderNav. That's what we're doing. dir.renderNav. That's this big ass thing. And for each one, if it's not the root, then we render the bar, with the name. If there's children, we put the thing there. But if we click the name, then we do a window location. Oh, so if it's not real or default, this is why it's skipping this conveniently, because I haven't done any of the filtering to set that up yet. Is this still how I want to treat these? I think maybe, because real is a little different, and so this is for the dir. So when we instantiate the dir, we could have in here, should we instantiate the dir first or the children first? It probably doesn't matter. Sort of like initialize, but I'm just keeping initialize empty for extension purposes. Instantiate dir. And in here, it's some of this, let's go to directory 1 over here and find this filtering, and essentially, yeah, so getting the framework one to work, we're going to work on later to get the, where does this hash come from? It's right here. That's only for the framework one though, so it's really just this. Yeah, if the hash matches the path. This is before we've chopped off the page.js and let me see here, let me see. I mean, in a way, having the file name, sitemap.page.js, like linked to somewhere here, even like linked to the GitHub repo, is actually kind of cool, because then, you know, you could click through and see the actual code. I was just thinking I could make this one highlight this right here because it's active, and it could. But putting a link on different, I don't know if you'd want it on all pages, but it would be kind of like just a quick and easy way to learn what's going on, especially with this nav business, with like the all this funny business. So this doesn't sort properly. I think this is just how it's returned from the server, how it's created by the server. So I could do the filtering similarly to this here. When we create the children. All right, so here's the big question. How do we and when do we, how and do we filter? So is the directory just the original stuff? Basically the directory or the directory.dir, whichever we go, unfiltered. I think that makes sense. So if you want to render a filtered version, you have to create it from the directory.dir. Doesn't make a ton of sense, but I think I can accept that as like just sort of makes enough sense and is actually what you're doing. So directory.dir.filter creates a new dir. That's filtered. Now, is a filter automatically recursive? I don't think so. Like directory.dir.r filter, recursive filter. That would be interesting. It's not hard to just pass the same callback in to the filter thing within. That's how I did it before. So maybe you don't need a recursive filter function, and maybe, I don't know, it's not even that useful, but because this gives you more control about when you do each thing, and I think I actually needed a little bit of control over that. Do I have a filter function for the list? Filter. Yep, that's right. I think that'll work, actually. Forget these other ones. Let's just stick to that for a second. So to render it as a nav, maybe we need to filter it first. Wait, so this is on the dir. What was my last change? Okay. This is on the dir, not the directory, which is right. We don't want the render. The rendering here is so wonky. I kept looking at this like, do we really need 3 methods? Well, so number one, these first ones don't matter. It's just these 3 bottom ones. But we call render, and then we call update, maybe. Not always. Sometimes we don't have the files yet. Sometimes it's just rendering a placeholder. Sometimes it's updating with that. If we update, then we probably don't even need to do this because it should render each of the, or render an update once. It either updates here or it updates later, but it shouldn't update a second time, I don't think, because it only updates when, where did we call update? Somewhere up here, right here. No, it was, God, there's so much bloated bullshit. I gotta get rid of all these methods. Delete, delete, delete. Where did I call? Not in the filter one, in the load. I think it was here. No, loaded and loaded. Fetched. Okay, there we go. Update. So the update either happens there or immediately, but upon rendering. But in any event, it should only render once, and so this shouldn't actually ever be necessary. If this can only update once, this isn't necessary. It's like, will I ever actually have that problem and solution loaded into my mind any clearer than right now? Probably not. So I should probably just get rid of it. Let's just get rid of this and see what happens. If it somehow doesn't render properly at some point, then we're like, oh, okay, no, we need it. All right, append. Yes, so update. I could just put this whole block, update block, up in there, but we're actually calling this from a separate spot, so we need this point where we're not rendering the whole container. And then the render files part is, so for this one, it could just go up in here. I could just move this up there as the update. But whatever, this is not terrible. It's one extra function, and it's sort of similar to the way this one worked. But I can get rid of a ton of this, can I? Well, I would need to do the filtering. I don't think we're matching anything anymore. This whole search thing was interesting, but where did that even come from? I think this came from the hash router, or was this from an old router? God damn it. I should I should know where my snippets come from, but it's like if I wanted to find this again, could I find it? It is in the Git history, but probably need GitHub to dig through that properly. So this beer is actually kind of kicking in, and the gummy and beer are kind of giving me, dare I say, pleasant experience, but I'm sure it's going to be gone in a second. I was just thinking if I'm going to try and go to the store to get some food. Costco's probably already closed. Let's see. Closes at 6, so I'd have to leave pretty soon. I could go to Costco. It's a fucking zoo. But I could get something to eat. I mean, I could stop anywhere, though, but I could get something to eat there. But I could get some freezer things for tomorrow. Let me see if I can find my flight info. I thought it was in my Gmail. Was it British or American? So I leave on Wednesday at 4:55 p.m. When should I be there? Probably 3 p.m., which means I need to leave at 2 p.m. And so I only need 2 more days worth of food. Go to Costco and buy. Well, should I do 3 dinners or just get some hot food while I'm there and get 2 dinners for tomorrow, for Monday and Tuesday, and then probably be enough. I don't know if those dinners will have leftovers, but I could just get some snacks or something else to. But if I have to leave within an hour to get to Costco on time, I don't know yet. I should probably stop drinking beer so I can drive safely. And can I please make some goddamn progress instead of just thinking these things through endlessly? Okay, how do and when do we filter? So currently the app.directory gets filtered, but maybe app.directory stays as a manager for the directory.json data, and app.nav becomes the filtered app.directory.dir. I mean, we don't really need the directory render. It's just putting a light wrapper. I mean, now what it does do is it, for routing and for like the main template, we need it. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. It's sort of like a router. The app.directory is more like a router than a directory. I mean, it is the renders the nav, loads the lazy loads this the hash selected script, renders the basically captures the lazy loaded script into the right container. Well, and because it does a reload every time, it works a lot differently than if it needed to do a page request. But you know what I'm realizing here is that the fact that I'm getting like overwhelmed with these rather simple details means that I should just give up. I think I've passed my prime. I'm burned out. They're fighting me on this, and it doesn't appear to be in the cards. I'm tempted to not give up, but it seems like a trap. Brain doesn't work. Chasing ideas. Sure what to work on. Not sure what will work. Even if it could work, will I have ability to do it? Doesn't seem possible anymore. Well, there's 4 hours stream. Tried to tap into the stream energy, even though I still have 0 viewers on these things, but I don't know, it helps to talk it through, but I don't think I don't know if it's actually working. I kind of want to listen to some music that I can't listen to on stream, so I could either mute the desktop audio or yeah, why don't I just do that? Mute desktop and mic and just jam out for a minute. Who cares if I keep the stream running, right?